Clock's ticking. Well, in here it is.
All right, good morning, everyone. It is 8:30, and I will bring to order our regular council meeting of August 22nd to order. And are there any additions or deletions to the agenda? Deputy Reeve King.
I'd like to add a verbal report on the doctor recruitment and retention in council and committee reports.
Alrighty, Dr. R&R. Councillor Penner.
I'd like to do a verbal on Drumheller District Solid Waste Management.
Durham Waste. So that will be 9.2, previous one was 9.1, Dr. R&R. Are there any other additions? Okay, Councillor Christie.
If not, I'll move the agenda as amended.
Alrighty, we have a motion to move the agenda as amended. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We pre-circulated the meeting minutes of July the 25th. Are there any errors, omissions, concerns? Deputy Reeve King.
I would make the motion then to receive the July 25th council regular meeting minutes as presented.
Alrighty, we have a motion to approve as presented. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Alrighty, our first agenda item, 5.1.1 planning, road closure. Welcome, Ms. Keever.
Good morning.
Morning.
All right, this is an RFD for road closure of an undeveloped road allowance north of portion of the northwest of 213026, west of the 4th, Plan 3910847, Block A. This is, I don't know if you all remember, back in last year, May of 2022, Carl and Bobby Bray Westerman approached the county to purchase the undeveloped road allowance directly north of their acreage. They wish to build an accessory building west of their existing yard site due to the odd shape of their acreage. The flattest and most developable area would have been within the undeveloped road allowance. Council at that time approved administration in drafting an encroachment agreement between the county and the landowners to allow development within the undeveloped road allowance. A development permit was issued for the construction of this temporary accessory building, and it has been built. The undeveloped road allowance will never be developed into a road as Township 30-4 diverts around this parcel of land due to the uneven topography. This portion of road was known as the Linden West Project when it was paved in 2003. The road already has a 100-foot right-of-way, and closure of the proposed undeveloped road allowance will not interfere with access to any other parcels. On May 24th, 2022, Council gave first reading to Bylaw 1856, and the public hearing was held on June 14th, 2022. No letters were received in favor or opposition to the road closure, and no comments were received from the required referral agencies. The Minister of Transportation has now approved the closure. The applicant will be responsible for all costs associated with hiring a surveyor, purchasing the land, and transfer to consolidate the portion of the undeveloped road allowance into the existing acreage. This will increase the acreage from 17.66 acres to about 21.95 acres, but it hasn't been surveyed yet, so we don't know the exact acreage. As per the county's road closure process, if the road is being closed for consolidation purposes, an appraisal of the land must occur prior to second reading to determine the fair market value of the road allowance to be consolidated. The applicant can hire an appraiser or use the value of the county's assessor, what the county's assessor advises. The applicants have already indicated they agree with the assessor's value. Because I did contact the assessor and then I let them know and they were happy with that.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Keever. Are there any questions from council to the planner? Guess not. It was a long time ago
It
that
was.
this process started.
Seems about a typical, seems to take about a year.
Alrighty. Any questions? Motions? Counselor McGee.
I move to approve and accept a value of $25,000 for approximately 4.29 acres of the undeveloped road allowance north of portion northwest 213026 West 4, Plan 931-0847, Block A.
All right, we have a motion before us to accept the $25,000 valuation of that property. And I'm not gonna go through the rest of it because it's up on screen in front of us. Is there any discussion to that motion? All right, all those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Counselor Penner.
I make the motion that council move second reading of bylaw 1856 to pursue the road closure and consolidation of the undeveloped road allowance north of portion northwest of 213026 west of 4, Plan 931-0847, Block A.
All righty. We have a motion for second reading of bylaw 1856. Is there any discussion to that motion? All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Deputy Reeve King.
So then I'll make the motion that we give third reading to bylaw 1856, as we all know, to pursue the road closure.
All righty, we have a motion before us for third reading, bylaw 1856. Last chance, any discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimously.
Sweet.
All righty,
Thank you.
thanks Deanna. Next agenda item is 5.1.2, bylaw 1889. Welcome, Ms. Hazelton.
Good morning. Morning. 1 second, we will get this. So as you guys are aware, during a closed session portion of the June 13th, 2023 council meeting, council directed administration to initiate an amendment to the land use bylaw 1808 to revise the sections relating to wind and solar renewable energy. Council further scheduled a committee of the whole for July 18th, 2023 to discuss what they would like to see included in these proposed sections. The timeline noted in the table below was accepted by council at the June 27th, 2023 council meeting. A draft bylaw 1889 was presented to council at the July 25th, 2023 council meeting. Additional amendments were made based on the direction of council at this meeting. Administration incorporated some of the requirements in our existing land use bylaw specific to private renewable energy projects to ensure that they can be permitted appropriately. Administration also included a few additional clauses specific to commercial industrial renewable projects. All of these changes have been noted in a red letter version that's been attached to your package so that you can see where we've made changes. Council has noted several concerns they have with renewable energy projects and the amount of high classification farmland that is being taken out of production for these projects in many municipalities. Council is also aware of the sections of the Municipal Government Act that empowers the province with greater authority in approving these projects. These sections were attached, so you guys have seen them many times. Council has chosen to make changes to the land use bylaw to protect these high classification lands and also to ensure that the land use bylaw provides greater clarity to developers regarding the expectation of Kneehill County for these projects. We have provided a revised bylaw 1889 as per the direction received at the July 25th meeting. We've attached a clean version of bylaw 1889 where the requested changes by council have been captured. We've also attached the red letter version so council can see what the additional amendments made to those sections look like based on the July 25th direction and the additional clauses submitted by administration. Administration is open to additional discussion or questions regarding this draft bylaw amendment. However, some additional information has been provided from the AUC which applies to this draft. On August 3rd, 2023, the government enacted the Generation Approvals Pause Regulation through an order in council. Under this regulation, the AUC is prohibited from issuing project approvals related to renewable energy until March 1st, 2024. During this pause, the AUC will initiate an inquiry into policies and procedures for the development of renewable electricity generation. More specifically, the inquiry will inform government policy decisions around the ongoing economic, orderly, and efficient development of electricity generation in Alberta, and will look at issues including development of power plants on specific types or classes of agricultural or environmental land, the impact of power plant development on Alberta's pristine viewscapes, mandatory reclamation security requirements for power plants, development of power plants on lands held by the Crown, the impact of the increasing growth of renewables on Alberta's generation supply mix and electricity system reliability. Due to this pause, the AUC has requested feedback regarding applications currently in the queue. I have attached a letter and their letter to us and the response from Kneehill County. Kneehill County has responded and requested complete abeyance during the pause period. The outcome of this inquiry may impact policies and procedures currently in place at the AUC. As such, it may be prudent to postpone any changes to the land use bylaw until the inquiry is complete. However, administration will adhere to council's preference regarding the timing of the amendments. Again, everything was drafted in-house. You've also seen we've attached a bunch of maps based on the setback requirements that you guys have requested. So Eric has worked on those and provided those for you. They are attached to the clean copy of the bylaw as well. So open to questions or comments.
Does council have any questions for the planner? Councillor Cunningham.
So I'm just wondering if it wouldn't be prudent for us to postpone it. We do have RMA coming this November, and jumping ahead in our agenda, I know we potentially have the opportunity to meet with the Minister of Municipal Affairs, and I'm guessing this is probably going to be quite a topic at RMA. So I would hate to see us go ahead with this bylaw and then have the government come out and go a totally different direction with their policy decisions. So that's just kind of what I'm thinking. I'm also wondering, Reeve, I know you had a District 2 meeting here. Was there any conversation with other municipalities, kind of where they're going with this or what their thoughts are? I mean, I know it's hard to know what the government's going to do for sure, but.
I think the general consensus was wait and see. I know that the government's legislation would supersede any legislation that we would put forward, so. I know we've spent a number of meetings going through this, discussing it, but I think the province has seen the concerns and are willing to do something, but what it is they're willing to do is beyond me. Councillor Christie.
Just a thought, if we have a new policy, would they review it in their review and take it into consideration? If they say this is what's happening in the grassroots, maybe we should pay attention as we're making up our policy?
I'm not entirely sure, and I'm not sure where they've requested our feedback on or response to whether or not we want a complete pause or whether they want everything to continue. We were the only ones regarding this application that wanted the complete abeyance. So the other two parties did submit letters that were different. Obviously, the power component wants to continue, and the landowner group did as well. They were concerned with the amount of time and the backup there would be in the system. So I don't know where that will fall out and whether we will still have a hearing scheduled or if they'll hold that off until March. I'm not sure. So we're still waiting on that.
Deputy Reeve King.
So I guess the question in my mind is there anything in this policy that we are requesting the changes on that we don't want in this policy at this point in time? So I think if this is the direction that we have decided to go, I guess I really don't have a problem moving ahead and putting this in place in spite of the review. And part of my reluctance not to move ahead is the lack of confidence that I have in where that review might take us. And so if for Kneehill County, these are the kinds of things that we think are important, I guess I even though the province has put a pause on, and even though the province has promised to consult and that they're going to review the whole process and take into account our opinion, this is our opinion. So why wouldn't we put it in place? I guess that's my question.
Councillor Christie?
They may not listen to us as a delegation in their review, but they may read this in their review, so we may be a backdoor into their conversation.
Any comments from administration?
Yes, through you, Mr. Reeve. So I can provide a bit of information. It is what I know is happening right now, but I can't confirm exactly what that's going to look like. So what we
You know
know,
what's happening, but you can't tell us.
it's not as much that. So maybe I should just get to it and then make that make sense. So I know that the province has approached RMA about creating a technical group or a group to do the review on this. I haven't heard that they're going to be looking at individual municipal bylaws or policies. That doesn't mean they won't. We just haven't heard that they're going to that level. They are looking at, so when I say they've approached the RMA about a type of working group, I know that's happened. I don't know that any detail as to what that looks like has actually been determined yet. I know that the RMA has approached a couple other parties, ARMA being one of them, to, once we see what that looks like, maybe being some back-end support to that group. So those types of activities are in progress. So what I think is clear is that the RMA is going to be involved somehow, right, in that review. But to that end, those details, to my knowledge, have not been solidified or worked out. So there is that's a component there. For the timing internally to us, one of the discussions that we've had as staff and put out there is we have the ability to delay the implementation of it, but that doesn't mean that we would wait until the pause period is over and then come back to it. If we did delay it, we'd be doing it with the understanding that we would have something in place prior to the moratorium ending. So that when the moratorium ended, whatever direction it went, we would have something in place for when it was done. So there would still be, I think the intent is still being that even though we'd pause the process a bit, it would still be coming back to a committee of the whole for some discussion. So there would still be movement on it. We just wouldn't rush into the public hearing right now. The idea behind that approach would be to wait to see what's coming from government. And that's going to lead us to really two things, or two outcomes, I guess. One is the government's going to give us some clear signals as to what's happening, and we can account for that in the bylaw. The other one is that those clear signals don't come and we forge ahead with what we're doing anyway in preparation for the moratorium ending. Our thoughts are that if we delay it a little bit, we might see some of those signals or those directions. There is always the opportunity we won't, and we still forge ahead prior to the moratorium ending based on unknowns. Right? Or as we said, simply on what we want to do internally to Kneehill County. So that's just the clarity on what administration would be recommending as the timing. And it's not that we would get to the end of the moratorium and then we'd pick this back up again. We'd be looking to have something in place prior to the end.
So what I'm hearing then is that we do a pause on our bylaw until the pause regulation is closer to finality?
Yeah, that's generally yes. And so, like I said, that would give us some opportunity to come back at a committee of the whole or two, pardon me, to come back to a committee of the whole or two to do some further refinements and things like that if council wished.
Councillor Cunningham.
So I totally agree with what everyone said, because there is some hesitation to not go ahead with it, but I'm wondering if we could meet in the middle, and would it make sense to maybe pause it till our November COW meeting? Then we've had the opportunity to be at RMA, see what 2.5 months brings with the government. Maybe, if we do meet with any of the ministers involved, we might know a little bit more. So it's not waiting until their March deadline, but maybe put it off till November and kind of see where we're at, provincial government-wise.
Comments, thoughts? Mr. Gannon?
Thank you, through the chair. I also want to bring into consideration, we're going through the municipal development plan, which may bring additional information and allow us the opportunity of making other amendments to the land use bylaw, which will reduce the amount of work in the background. But coming back to the committee of the whole and exploring those opportunities as a land use bylaw, as a package, might be effective to ensure that language marries up better, which was one of the concerns that we had, and be able to have a little bit more of a judicial review to ensure we're creating less opportunity for individuals to circumvent the system or find a way that doesn't meet council's vision for the document.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve King.
So I guess I don't have any problem with a delay, and I don't have any problem with additional input. So I would be supportive of pausing this if we want to say that's what we're going to do, with a clear understanding that we absolutely want something in place prior to the moratorium ending. The last thing I want us to do is to come to the end of that time frame and not have something in our own documentation. The weakness in our position at AUC up to this point has been we really don't have a leg to stand on in our own land use bylaws and our own municipal development plan. So the last thing I want us to do is come to the end of that time frame and still not have a leg to stand on. So if the collective wisdom is, and I agree with it, that there's opportunity to have additional input into the document we're trying to create, then I would support a delay, but certainly with an acknowledgement that we want to be well in front of that time. And just a last comment, again, I have a lot of hesitation about where we might end up with the provincial review. So, and considering the fact it's being driven by AUC, that's even more concerning to me. So.
I would certainly agree with that assessment. I know there was an urgency to do this until the pause regulation came forward, and maybe we should consider. Is Alberta Munis involved in any of these discussions? Would you know, Mr. Hogan?
Off the top of my head, Mr. Reeve, I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, okay. Well, not that it really matters, but yeah, I think it would probably be prudent to maybe wait a little bit, but I can see where we should probably be ready to jump in first part of January if, depending on which way the information comes out. Go ahead, please.
Just a comment, so just so that we are clear, we do have to do that notification, and typically when we're doing a land use bylaw amendment, we're doing more than the 2-week that we normally would do for a public hearing. So we want to give our adjacent municipalities usually a month or more for that notification period. So we can back that up and then make sure that it's presented at a cow or something, so that you guys have that opportunity, so that we have lots of time to have that and then hold the public hearing prior to March for sure. So we can back that up. But I just personally, as administration, want to give our adjacent municipalities greater opportunity than 2 weeks to respond.
Deputy Reeve King.
And lest it go unsaid, I certainly think as one of the people sitting on this side of the table, the work that's gone into this needs to be acknowledged, and thank you to our staff and everybody who's had their fingers in this pie, because I know we're dealing with a bunch of different pies right now with the MDP review and the groups that you have that you're requesting input from, and we kind of dumped this on top of you as well. So I want to acknowledge that I appreciate the fact that you've done all this work, and I definitely don't want it to be lost in any way, shape, or form. So thank you.
Councillor Cunningham.
So just further to Deputy Reeve King's kudos, I just want to give kudos to my fellow council as well for, you know, being open to reviewing this. And also, I know there's a lot of folks that did put a lot of work into it. I know Councillor Phobes did a pretty deep dive into the wind with other municipalities, so appreciate that as well. Just reading the motion here, I'm just wondering if we would want to put like an actual date. Like, would we want to put, instead of future committee of the whole, do we want to put November or December? I don't know, we have but November maybe, because that would be after RMA. Just so like Deputy Reeve King says, it doesn't get, we don't want to put it off. We want to be good to go, you know, come the new year for that.
Through Mr. Reeve, we can do that, absolutely. Is there any, does council feel, and I'll also ask the director and the manager, if there is a need to bring this back in October at all? We won't have that RMA information or probably any information at that point. We're just wondering if there's any discussion that council wants to have about the current document as it is. We can do that. If not, or we're good with November, then we can put that date in too.
What would your preference be? We could put October and then defer it to November if that.
I'm fine with
Is there any
November.
preference?
Okay.
Like this, the majority of this is done right now, so if you have amendments, they shouldn't take terribly long to do anything.
Deputy Reeve King, and then I'll.
So first and foremost, I don't have a problem with a timeline that, just as long as it keeps us in front of the closing of the door, right? One of the things that I didn't see in here anywhere, particularly as it relates to the wind energy systems, is, and I don't know if anybody's doing it, but is anybody holding them accountable on the bird strike side of things? So is anybody asking for information to be provided as far as the impacts of these developments on birds and bats and whatever?
So that's part of the data they collect for years ahead of time. So they do have to put both meteorological and bat towers out, which we've had in our municipality, for the one that's proposed to be coming. So I do know they collect a lot of that information, and that all becomes part of their package to the AUC, because we haven't had one for a number of years. I'm not sure. I do know that even with the solar, they have to submit some of that. And so I'm assuming it's part of their environmental piece that they have to submit. I can try to pull one to see what's recently been asked for, but I think without question it's part of their application to the AUC. But we typically can ask to see those reports, and they have some, for the last solar, and I can't speak historically because I wasn't here, but for the last solar, we did ask for all of their data, but we can also pull it off the AUC website and see what they actually submit.
I guess the reason I'm asking the question, and I mean, the concern is legitimate as it relates to oil and gas, and you hear the horror stories of, 20 ducks on a settling pond and, they're all dead. We kill more birds with these wind towers, and nobody's accounting for that. Nobody talks about that. It's all under the radar, so to speak, where these projects go up and the bird loss and the bats and other animals that are, well, flying creatures that are taken out of the air by these, nobody records that on an ongoing basis. And so it really, I guess it bothers me that we could have a huge uproar in the media and on social sites around something that happens in an oil and gas development. But because these are green, nobody worries about what happens post-construction as far as birds and bats are concerned. And so, although they do studies in advance,
Yeah.
what's the accountability post-development?
So I did have a conversation about this with the AUC on solar, on that recent one. So what they did make me aware of is they are required to report anything that they find. They have inspectors that have to come out and report anything. It has to be bagged and tagged and sent back. And they do have investigators that will actually plant stuff at sites to see whether or not they're doing their job. How often that happens and what they do with the information once they've gotten it, I am not aware of where that goes, but there is some level of reporting that has to continue, and whether or not then they have to make changes once they cross a certain line, that would be a question I can follow up with AUC as well, or Alberta Environment now may have some of that piece. So.
Okay. I'd be interested in having some additional information in that area, just in terms of what the post-construction protocols are and what happens with the information that's being reported.
Okay.
So, again, I don't have a problem with like a staff set timeline. I do want to see it again, probably post-RMA, but the timeline you were projecting as far as, being out in front of it, I'm okay with that as well.
Okay.
Mr. Gannon, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, through the chair. We can also, as administration, after the November date, if that's what's preferred, have this as a standing item on our committee of the whole. As the environment changes quickly, there may be information that comes forward, and it may be reactive in nature, but will allow for conversation within council. So even if there's no information, we can come forward that there's no information at this time and still have some discussion with regards to any additional clarification or direction you want to go after reviewing the bylaw. It allows us to continuously work on it, and it stays at the forefront.
Thank you. So what are council's wishes? Councillor McGee.
I'd like to make the motion that council refer proposed bylaw 1889 to the November 2023 committee of the whole meeting, and to direct staff to develop a new project timeline.
Okay, I'll just wait for this to come up on screen. Is that how you would like the motion to read?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion before us that council refer proposed bylaw 1889 to the November 21st, 2023 committee of the whole meeting, and to direct staff to develop a new project timeline. Is there any discussion to that motion? I'm not seeing any, so I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Okay, thank you. And I'm sure it's going to hit our council follow-up action list, so it'll be fresh in our minds every time we have a council meeting, so. Thank you. Okay, thanks, Ms. Hazelton. All righty. Next agenda item. Policy 4.1, level of service policy, fire. Welcome, Ms. Grosfield. And welcome, Mr. Marcellus. And anytime you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Council. Today, we're bringing back the fire level of service policy. In 2003, we did a regional review of fire services, and we've been working off of that level of service policy since then. The purpose of the fire level of service policy includes providing direction to those providing fire protection in Kneehill County to reduce and mitigate risks and to increase the safety for our residents. It defines operational expectations on level of response, which have a direct impact on equipment, training, safety standards, and liability mitigation. The Kneehill Regional Partnership approved this fire level of service policy initiative project, and we hired a consultant to produce 6 fire level of service policies, 1 for each municipality. That also includes Kneehill County. Kneehill County's proposed policy 401 identifies the level of service council has set for the fire services response within Kneehill County's jurisdiction by any of the fire departments. The KRP initiative also included a final report by the consultant with future recommendations for the fire service. Kneehill County Council approved the policy in principle, and so now we're just bringing it back after circulation from the May. We circulated in February to the other municipalities, as well as May following that final workshop that we did. And Linden was the only one that provided feedback. Nobody else had any issues with it, so that we know of. So Linden's comments have been considered, and we included those changes in our policy. So page 5, we added back in the policy, fire prevention as a core and compulsory service. For some reason, I don't know, it just got dropped off that page. So we added that back in. It's also, fire prevention is also included in our quality management plan, which is our fire safety codes plan. So that was also part of, so we're kind of doubling up on that, but it's back in our policy. Reference throughout the document to NFPA standards and numbering of courses. We changed quite a few of them just because they're doing a review on those courses, and the numbering will be changing here as we continue to go forward. We changed pumping operations to a technical level instead of operations level, and that note was fine with Linden. We changed the vehicle extrication from awareness to technician and operations level. And that reflects the verbiage on page 5 that is dependent on training and resources. And then we added large vehicle rescue to our policy to include that as a service, as it was noted by one of the fire departments that they do large vehicle rescue. We listed this as an optional service, and then that will be further discussed with the municipalities through the ICF agreements that will be coming up next year. Those are all due on December 31st, 2024, and so we'll be having lots of conversations in 2024 in regards to those ICF sub-agreements for fire. And then the Village of Linden Council passed the Kneehill County's level of service policy as well as their own in principle. Kind of waiting for us to pass this one, and then they'll pass theirs. Again, they're the only ones that we've heard from, so. So financial and staffing implications, resources needed following the policy acceptance includes us working with the other municipalities and the other fire departments in implementation of the recommendations, not limited to a training plan, bylaw reviews, agreement updates, and then a capital equipment plan review as well. And Kneehill County is responsible for the implementation of this policy, not only for Kneehill County and all those fire departments, but also within Torrington Fire Department as well. And the council options are there, and I just kind of wanted to go over the follow-up action items. Protective services to meet with municipal fire leads, including the Fire Chiefs Committee, which we already did, and we're going to be doing again, hopefully next week, to go over those recommendations on the fire service and to come back with some actions following those recommendations. Each municipality to accept their own policy, just to close out that project, that KRP project. That was one of the success indicators in the Kneehill Regional project, is that everybody accepts their own policy. And then fire services agreements as part of the ICF negotiations in 2024.
Okay, are there any questions for Ms. Grosfield? Deputy Reeve King?
So even though we haven't had feedback from any of the other municipalities other than Linden at this point, your understanding is everybody's on board to move forward with this new policy then?
Yes, that's my understanding. Like, that's twice that we've tried, and so there's no comment from anybody, so I'm taking, no news is good news, so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, as far as our three rescue units that we have stationed in the county, they are the ones that have the ability for vehicle extrication, and there's only one that's available for large vehicle rescue. Am I correct in that assumption? It's not every fire department that has the ability for rescue and extrication. Am I correct?
So most of the municipalities do have, most of the fire departments do have the rescue tools and the rescue training.
Yeah, I understand that part.
So we don't.
So that would be within their municipality.
Well, we don't specifically say which departments will be doing rescue anymore. So the old policy used to say these departments are doing rescue. So now we're taking it out of this policy and we're pushing it into the agreements. So in the agreements right now, Three Hills, Linden, and Trochu and Carbon all get paid for rescue services as part of the ICF agreements.
So, okay, so what I'm looking at then is Torrington and Linden, or not, Torrington and Acme could jump in and become part of the rescue operations now also?
Correct.
Or extrication? Mr. Hogan?
So through you, Mr. Reeve, so the levels of service policy outlines the level of service that residents and visitors to Kneehill County can receive. The technical portion of how we deliver that service comes about as part of the agreements. So just because we say, sorry, I'm having a day today. Just because we say that we're going to provide X service doesn't mean that every fire department will provide that service. So that's something we would work out as part when we look at the agreements. And we'd say, we just know this service is going to be provided in Kneehill County, but how we go about providing that will be part of the negotiations or the service review when we say, how do we go about that? And so if we have we might provide large vehicle extraction as a service, which is outlined in here. That doesn't mean that every department in Kneehill County needs to have that equipment or be trained to do it. It might just be a service that we have one entity that can run out and do it. So we still provide the service, but the mechanism for how that service is provided is part of the process upcoming in the agreement negotiations. And then we'll be looking at that as staff to say, what makes sense to do this? And again, it goes back to that idea, not all departments need to be all things to all people.
Yes, I understand that. That is why we had initially set 3 departments to do rescue and extrication and that kind of stuff. So now they are all going to have that ability if they're trained to that standard?
Yes. So just on page 8 of 9, it goes over the extended services. And there's just a little star beside the vehicle extrication and the large vehicle rescue, and it depends on each of those municipal fire services agreements. So at this point right now, we do not pay for rescue services for Acme, and Torrington, obviously, it just comes part of our budget process every year. So then, at that point, council decides whether or not they want to invest in rescue services for Torrington, right? And those tools, the training, all of that kind of is covered by council's direction. We do have some work to do on the Torrington Fire Department side on policy development and some procedures specific for them as well. And a lot of this is covered in the SOGs too. because they do need a minimum staff requirement in order to perform this function. And some of those municipalities, they don't have enough people to go out and perform the vehicle extrication at that moment, and that's why we rely so much on mutual aid. And the cross-training is huge. Torrington can still help, right, with that vehicle extrication, because they do have the training. They do know how to use those tools.
As long as we're covered under the liability side, I'm good with it, but I'm just not exactly sure if they all have that standard of training. Mr. Gannon, you had a comment?
Yes, please, through the chair. As previously indicated, the ICFs are going to be fundamental in those conversations with council on what that vision looks like within the levels of service within the individual departments. So we're looking forward to navigating that and seeing what that vision is from all sides. But at this time, as explained by the CAO, is that this document looks at what services we may provide within the municipality as a whole. It doesn't talk about any of the strategies or fire halls that have been chosen to perform those services.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions from council to the Ms. Grosfield or Mr. Marcellus? Yes, Councillor Penner.
Just a comment. It's such a breath of fresh air to know that our departments are working together. I love hearing that. It's just so positive. So thank you for whatever you're doing, and thank you to everybody for working together.
Councillor Christie.
I'm going to make the same comment I made at Victim Services. I like to have the best trained fire departments in the province. I just don't want them used. But I appreciate the service that's provided very, very much.
Okay, so what are council's wishes? Councillor Cunningham.
I move that council approves the fire level of service policy number 4-01 as presented.
All righty, we have a motion before us to approve the fire level service policy 4-01 as presented. Is there any further discussion to that motion? All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Our next agenda item, 5.3.2, appointments. Go ahead, Ms. Grosfield.
Thank you very much. So bringing back to you today the Deputy Director of Emergency Management appointments. The recommended motion is that council appoints Kevin Gannon and Brandon Rempel as additional Deputy Directors of Emergency Management for Kneehill County. The relevant legislation, so Provincial Emergency Management Act must appoint a Director of Emergency Management. That director shall prepare and coordinate emergency plans and programs for the municipality, act as the Director of Emergency Operations on behalf of the Emergency Management Agency, coordinate all emergency services and resources in an emergency, and perform other duties as prescribed by the local authority. Again, Municipal, Kneehill County is part of the Kneehill Regional Emergency Management Agency with the villages of Acme, Carbon, Linden, and the towns of Three Hills and Trochu, which all have their own DEMs and DDEMs as per our bylaws. The Director of Emergency Management plays a vital role in the emergency management program and partners with the others on managing emergency situations as they arise. A DDEM would step into the role as DEM in the absence of the DEM through the internal process of a delegation of authority. Right now, I'm the DEM. Dan is a DDEM, and so there's only the two of us. And so for coverage-wise, it's a little bit difficult sometimes. So we would just want to make sure that we have additional DDEMs to supplement the program. And And then the CAO, Mr. Hogan, and the directors, Zier and Barney, also have emergency management training and experience, and as well as other staff members. Lots of training has gone through this past few years, and so we do have quite a few trained staff members as well. The DDEM course must be taken within 6 months of your appointment through it's a one-day course, so that shouldn't be a problem. Kevin already has it, and Brandon will just need it somewhere along the way, so. And so, yeah, there's council's options, and then the follow-up is to notify the Alberta Emergency Agency field officer of the additions to our team.
Okay, so we're not throwing these guys under the bus. They know it's coming. Any questions for Ms. Grosfield or Mr. Marcellus? Or what are council's wishes? Deputy Reeve King.
Okay, based on the advice of staff, I would make the motion that we appoint Kevin Gannon and Brandon Rempel as additional Deputy Directors of Emergency Management for Kneehill County.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion in front of us. Is there any discussion to that motion? All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Congratulations, Mr. Gannon. Okay, does anybody want to recess? Sure. Okay, so we are on recess. 15 minutes or so. Alrighty, I will bring the meeting back to order. Our next agenda item is 7.1, youth sponsorship. You taking this one, Ms. Vanderkool?
I would love to take this one. Thank
Oh,
you.
I'm glad to hear that. So anytime you're ready.
All right, thank you. I bring you agenda 7.1, youth sponsorship out of county request. Administration received a request from the Elnora Eagles girls baseball team. The team resides out of Elnora, and there are 7 players out of the 13 that live in Kneehill County. Youth sponsorship policy states that a resolution from council is needed to authorize sponsorship to teams that reside outside of Kneehill County boundaries and consist of Kneehill County residents. Kneehill County did provide the Elnora Eagles $500 sponsorship last year. We do have $7,900 left in the sponsorship fund. If council is good with this decision, we ask that a resolution is made to approve a youth sponsorship in the amount of $500 to the Elnora Eagles softball team. However, council does have the option to approve a sponsorship in a different amount. They could also ask for further information, or they could receive this request for information.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from council to Ms. Vanderkool? Or actually to anybody?
I don't have a question through the chair. Just, it's unfortunate that our kids have to travel to neighboring communities, and you're thankful that there are coaches in that area that are able to coach these teams. So I have no problems with sponsoring this team.
Councillor McGee.
I also appreciate that the manager is actually a Kneehill County resident.
Councillor Cunningham.
Yeah, and I think the neighboring community is because they play a very high level of baseball, so to get that, mix of people. But yeah, it is quite amazing what they have done and where they've traveled and the success that they've had.
So
Councillor Penner.
So in hearing all these comments, I'd make the motion that council approve a youth sponsorship in the amount of $500 to the Elnora Eagles U19 base softball team.
Alrighty, we have a motion before us to approve the youth sponsorship for the group. Any discussion? Councillor Christie?
Just a comment, can we give them like a Kneehill patch or a cap or something to go with it?
I think they've already gone. They've already gone.
Okay, that's all I was quite worried about.
All right.
Can I follow up to that? Mr.
Yeah,
Chair-
go ahead.
I've brought that up a few times, and I would love to see the kids, no matter where they go, whether it's a pin, a hat, or whatever, because sometimes it's kind of cool to give it to an opponent when you do opening ceremonies and whatnot else. And this is what's happened in the past with my own kids, and it's kind of cool that they just hand something to an individual, just anyone. So I love that idea.
So we're putting that out there for direction to administration.
Just let council know this event has already happened.
Yep.
Unfortunately, we only had one council meeting this month, so they've already attended, so I think their season is probably over now. But in the future, we could look into something like that.
Councillor Cunningham.
Just to clarify, do we have Kneehill County pins anymore, or is that gone by the wayside? No.
We do not have Kneehill County pins.
We do?
No, we do
don't.
not.
Okay.
I have one.
Aren't you special?
It's an old one. All right, well, getting back to what we're supposed to be doing here.
Pin or the reeve?
So we have a motion to approve the $500 sponsorship. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Okay, next agenda item. Kneehill Regional Partnership. Mr. Hogan, are you taking this?
Mr. Eve, I am. The Kneehill Regional Partnership, once a year, does put out a question to its member municipalities, seeking any input for what those municipalities would like to see for exploration projects, so different tangible things that we can possibly work together on or explore working together on, and for regional training ideas that member municipalities may have. So these can actually be submitted to the KRP at any time during the year. The KRP does put it out formally to municipalities though once. We've moved, in the last couple of years, we've moved this process earlier into the year to allow for a greater time for a number of the members to take a look at these projects that KRP is proposing and to make inclusions in their budget. We found that is a better process than them looking at, after their budget's done, trying to find areas to maybe fund these explorations through. So we've moved that process up. When we took a look at this, we are suggesting that there are a couple that at the current moment we can possibly look at, so that around regional procurement and regional staff training initiatives that we can put forward to the partnership. When we, as we put those forward, we do have a number of other possibilities, but we're not in a place right now where we can put those forward simply because we're not really in a place to action them at this time. But there's are a couple ideas for administration. Of course, council is free to add other items there as well. And any item that is being forwarded to the Kneehill Regional Partnership does need to come from a council resolution. So whatever you decide to put forward, we will require a resolution so that we can take it to the KRP.
Okay, thank you. Council have any questions for Mr. Hogan? Councillor Phobes, sorry.
I just actually had a question from a ratepayer on what staff training have the KRP done in the past?
Through Mr. Reeve, almost nothing. There's been no specific, there's only been one incidence of specific staff training done by the KRP. So that was piggybacked on the same, so when we did procurement law, as an example, or purchasing law for elected officials, the way we structured that is we had and I can't remember which one was morning or which one was afternoon, but we did one for elected officials, and we had the same presenter do a slightly different one for administration. So that was just aimed at the different roles within the procurement process. So that one was specifically tailored for staff, or a portion of it was. Other than that, there's been nothing.
Any other ideas? Councillor Cunningham.
So I just want to clarify, with the regional procurement, would that be a council one, or would that be for staff?
So through Mr. Reeve, the regional procurement would actually be a program, not a training session. So what that would be is a more formal structure that, rather than us procuring a number of things separately, is there a way that we can procure them together as a way of driving, bulk buying, basically, right? Being able to leverage costs or to do that. So it's exploring that idea. It is a topic that a few of the members have come up with. We do try to do it informally now and then. This would be looking at it, is there a more formal way to do it?
Are there any other ideas that council would have to put forward, or is this good enough for now? Mr. Hogan.
I do see in my RFD that I have made an error, is in the discussion. I have outlined 3 projects, and then I only put 2 in the motion there. So the third one is the aerial photography. Looking at a different version of that. We did do that informally this past round. So when we updated our aerial photos, we did that in conjunction with, and now off the top of my head, there were 3 or 4 other municipalities that were in on that as well. And so rather than each of us having somebody fly, we had somebody do the broader swath, and we had worked out how much each entity would pay prior to that. So there was at least one other county, a couple of our urbans were in on that. So that, again, we did that informally. We're looking at it as we do that project, as we update the aerial photography every 5 years. That might be a candidate for a more formal hey, we're going to do it, everybody's going to put in this amount, and away we go.
So you would like to add that as one of the proposals in the motion?
We would.
Okay. That's why I brought it up, kind of, sort of. What's council's wishes? Councillor Cunningham.
I move that council submit the following proposed exploration ideas to the Kneehill Regional Partnership: regional procurement, regional staff training, and aerial photography.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion before us to submit those three ideas. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Okay, we will move on to 7.3, Divisional Ratepayer Evening Comments. Mr. Hogan.
Hey. Through you, Mr. Chair, these, as has been the process, there have been some divisional ratepayer meetings that members of council put on. We've collected those comments from, I say three of them, one of them was a combined event, but from the three divisions, and we've submitted them for council's perusal. We have, as we've done in the past, put them into administrative action or response or council action. Those do fall into a couple of categories. So under administrative response, some of those are actions we can just undertake. Some of it are just responses that were given to the resident or the commenter at the time, and there isn't really a follow-up action to be done beyond that. The ones that we've outlined under council action are ones that when we look at there are some either directions needed from council or a policy shift or a change of some sort that is really at the governance level rather than the administrative level. And so what we've put this forward for your review. Ultimately, if you're good with this, it can be accepted for information. If there are things under that council action column that you'd like to action, we can talk about those, or we can go back and figure out exactly what resources might be required to make that happen. Or if that's going to require a change in council policy, administration can go away and explore that and bring back a recommendation. But we just need that guidance or direction from council should you wish to do any of those.
Councillor Cunningham.
So in terms of my Division 5 meeting, which was awesome, and thanks everybody for the help, it was very well attended. One of my ratepayers had posed the question, reviewing minutes and see that county has approved 4 peace officers, does there need to be so many? And the response was the county has 3 peace officers, does not plan to hire a 4th. So I have a little, I'm confused about that as well, because I think back in January 24th of 23, the motion was made to approve the hiring of a 4th one. So I guess I'm just understanding my ratepayers' confusion there.
So, Mr. Reid, back to that item, when we made that motion, we were going through a process of hiring a peace officer, and we had a couple of candidates for that position. One of the things that we were looking at is we did have a peace officer who was away on leave at that time, and we had no information or idea on when that possible return would be. We did get the approval to hire a 4th officer in case, so that we could fill our vacant positions. But if we'd have filled those vacant positions and the officer on leave came back, we would have had 4. And so if there was a protection there that if they came back, we would have had 4, we would have been over our complement that was approved there. So ultimately, that individual chose to leave the peace officer profession altogether and didn't come back. We had the 3 positions filled. We didn't require a 4th one to be filled at that time.
Councillor Cunningham.
So I remember that discussion quite clearly, and I remember asking, because I knew we had some people kind of coming and going, or unsure if they were coming back, and I said, will the goal be at the end to have 4 peace officers? And it was said yes. So I guess, again, I do understand a little bit of confusion around that for my ratepayers.
into that. It was, during the discussion, it was looked at as there would be the potential that in the 2024 budget, we would be coming back to look at that fourth. We've had some internal discussions that aren't ready for unveiling yet, are on a different approach to that. But when we did do that, it was intended that eventually the complement or the resource complement would get to 4, but not necessarily at that moment. Although we have been exploring some other options on that front.
Councillor Forbes.
So when I look on here too, and I see that administration can investigate the feasibility and sustainability of this idea, how do you keep track of those particular items? Do you have a ratepayer action list that, for these ones that are not answered?
Through Mr. Eve, it'd be an internal follow-up process, yeah. So it's one of the things that as we go through, the list that's been developed has been reviewed by SLT. So there is a to-do list that's already flowing from this. So what we'll do as SLT is we revisit these we don't revisit them every week, but we do revisit them to make sure those boxes have been checked.
Councillor Forbes.
So I guess my question is once you get the information, could you present that back to us in case that ratepayer calls me and says, you said you were going to look into it, but I have not received any information on it?
We can.
Okay, are there any other questions, concerns, thoughts on our ratepayer evening comments? By the looks of things, we got quite a few kudos, which is nice to see. So I guess the motion would be to receive for information as presented. Is that what you would like to see?
If that's council's wish, then yes, that would suffice. Like I said, if there's anything under those council action items that you want to investigate, we'd look for direction on that. But if you're good with as is, then information is fine.
Councillor Forbes?
With the amendment that you would add in the information that was not given to the ratepayers at that time, be given to us so that I can answer those questions effectively when they call me back.
Well, no one's actually made a motion, so. Or did we?
But your suggestion.
That information be provided back to council? Councillor McGee.
I would like to make the motion as it's written there, that we accept for information the Divisional Ratepayer Evening Comments Report and direct administration to provide a follow-up to council.
Okay. So we have a motion before us as presented on screen. Is there any discussion to that motion? All those in favor? Carried unanimously.
So can I make a comment?
Yes, go ahead, Deputy Reeve King.
So then my assumption would be that, based on the motion we just made, that council has no intent of moving forward on any of the council action related items. So the things that would require a change in policy or a change in direction for administration, based on these 3 divisional meetings, we're not bringing anything out of that and moving forward for administration.
Counselor Cunningham.
So I guess just to clarify my point, like the motion in regards to the peace officers read, Councillor McGee moved that council authorize the hiring of a 4th community peace officer level 1 position. So does that, like, is there any action then to follow that up that we actually aren't hiring a 4th?
Go ahead, Mr. Hogan.
There's, through Mr. Reeve, there's no follow-up action to that because we're not, at least in 2023, we're not doing that. So that we have, that circumstance has played itself out because we now know what that other individual's plan was. So in 2023, we're not hiring a 4th position.
Deputy Reeve King.
So just to follow up your question, Councillor Cunningham, my assumption would be that when we get to budget discussions and start talking about what kind of money we might be putting into a community peace officer program, if there is an intent to move forward with a 4th position based on that motion, that would come up at that time, and there would be conversation around either we're not going to do that or we're going to do that and this is how we intend to fund it, would be, I guess, my assumption. The question that I was asking was related to Mr. Hogan's comment on things like council action, which is just, for instance, Division 4 and 6. A lady asked why she has to vote in Wimborne. Well, we all know she lives on the north side of the highway in Torrington. Therefore, she is not in Division 5, she's in Division 6. So she has to vote in Wimborne. So if we were going to do anything to resolve that situation, Mr. Hogan's point would be that's council's decision and we would have to look at a boundary redraw. And I know Councillor Christie has suggested it move significantly north. But anyway, that's my understanding, and that was why I was saying, is there any intent on this list of things that came out of those divisional meetings, is there any intent that we as council would say to administration, we would like, for instance, a long-term discussion around the gravel pit and what it's going to look like in 20 years from now? And do we have, the question came up numerous times, are we going to make that into a park or a fish pond, or so do we need to have a conversation? And that's my understanding of your question. Am I correct, Mr. Hogan?
Through Mr. Reeve, that is correct. Is some of these that are listed on there, so for example, the one that you pointed out, which is the first one, around the voting in Wimborne, we do have the county may be undertaking a ward boundary review. I'll give you some foreshadowing to September when such question is coming your way as to what we want to do there. So there is some administrative action already being taken on that. Ultimately, to do it or not, you're right, is yours. So to another example that would be in there is the comment came up that people would like to see more attention paid to the dirt roads, kind of in the vein of putting them as part of the normal grader rotation. Right now, that's not your level of service outlined in the policy. So to Deputy Reeves' King point is if council wanted to change that level of service, that would be direction that we would be looking for from council. If you're not looking to change that level of service and just remain with the status quo, then there's nothing there to be done. If you were looking to change that, we would have to have an idea of what you were looking at as a level of service so that we could go back and actually figure out what that would mean in terms of resources, timing, all that sort of thing, or how that could flow in, so we could provide that to you for you to base your decision on as to how far you want it to go. But right now, the way that we look at this is you've not given us that direction. We're not going to go forward with that project.
Okay, what's council's wishes here? We've made the motion.
And we voted.
Oh, all righty. All right, our next order of business, and sorry we've kept you, is our delegation. If you'd like to move up to the delegates table, that would be great. We'll start by introducing ourselves, and then if you'd like to introduce yourselves after that, and we'll move ahead. Is there anything you need for computer equipment or anything like that? No, you're good? Okay. Welcome. And we'll introduce ourselves starting from my far right.
Good morning, Laura Michelle Cunningham, Division 5, so I'm northwest, east, south of Three Hills.
I don't need to introduce myself. Carrie Phobes, Division 4.
Wade Christie, Division 6, and I'd still to move the boundary if Carrie'd let me.
We're not doing that here, Wade. Jury Whitstock, welcome.
Ken King, Division 7, so northeast Kneehill.
Good morning, good to see you guys again. Faye McGee, Division 1.
Good morning, Debbie Panna, thanks for coming in.
Morning, Mike Hogan, CAO.
Go ahead, Kinza.
I'm Kinza Barney, the Director of Corporate Services.
Mike Zera, Director of Infrastructure.
Kevin Gannon, Director of Community Services.
All righty. You want to introduce yourself, Alicia?
I'm Elisa Kolonowski.
Jeff Bauer.
And we're with the Torrington and District Agricultural Society and are here to share a little bit of information regarding our Ag Society and the activities that happen at the Ron Gore Memorial Arena, as well as request funds for our society. Specifically, we are requesting an increase to the annual grant we receive each year from Kneehill County, along with fundings to secure a functional ice resurfacer for the upcoming years. We've been very appreciative of the ongoing support from Kneehill County in recent years. The projects have included energy efficiency measures that have been installed, including the new ice plant and lights, which have reduced our energy consumption. The other major project that recently happened was the coatings installed on the outside of the building. Our building is now sealed and protected while looking significantly more modern. We are looking forward to having this important asset in our community for years to come and are appreciative of the support. There are a number of groups and clubs that use the arena on a regular basis. The Kneehill Wellness Center rents a room in the arena year-round for their programming. That includes a craft and chat group, blood pressure clinic, foot care clinic, remote Marigold Library location, as well as an access point for seniors outreach to provide their services. The Lions Club of Torrington is based out of the arena as well. They host 2 major community events each year, as well as contribute to the local and Lions Club initiatives. They utilize the building year-round for their meetings and events. The Torrington Curling Club utilizes the arena for league curling from November to March of each year. And this past year, league curling occurred 2 nights a week and had over 30 curlers. In addition, we had a new firefighter curling league come out and curled 1 night a week in Torrington and had 24 curlers with that. The curling club hosted a farmer's bonspiel this past year and an oilman's bonspiel was held as well. 2 different fun team hockey groups call our arena home. Last year, the Kneehill Fun Team Hockey had approximately 60 players on 4 different age level teams that practice and play games at the arena. This group draws in players from Huxley, east of Three Hills, Swalwell, Linden, Wimborne, Torrington, Olds, and Reed Ranch areas. There is also the Reed Ranch Fun Team Hockey group that use the arena for their multi-age practices weekly. And in the past few years, we've also had teams from elite hockey groups and the Olds Minor Hockey use our arena for practices, as well as a number of teams from Airdrie, Calgary, or Red Deer rent the ice for tournaments on the weekends. We were able to offer public skating this past year as a result of receiving a return to play grant. We also have the banquet hall that has been used for weddings, funerals, community events, and meetings. Annually, the arena is home of a gun show, and recently the Ag Society has simultaneously held a summer market upstairs in the banquet hall for local artisans and entrepreneurs to sell items at. The activities that occur at the Ron Gore Memorial Arena are varied. However, they all contribute to the physical and social well-being of those who use the building. All of these activities and events provide a place for community members to connect with each other in the disconnected world we're living in. The connections that are formed contribute to the resiliency and strength of all users of the arena. One mandate that the Alberta Agricultural Society has is to contribute to the quality of life for people living in the community. We think we've done a fairly good job of that, providing this for people across Kneehill County, as well as the neighboring Mountain View County residents. We have aspired to be a community resource and provide the building to all of those in the area. However, we are struggling to balance the benefit to the community, while also paying bills and upgrading equipment as needed. And unfortunately, we can't foresee our economic situation improving in the future, like all other small rural recreational facilities. COVID provided significant challenges for our organization due to the inability to operate as we have since our inception. We've experienced an increase in usage in the past year and anticipate a similar year this year as well. Our rental income was just over $38,000 in our 21-22 season, and in the 22-23 season, we brought in just over $62,000. So it was a significant increase. However, the majority of those increased funds went into the rising costs of utilities. Despite operating for over 40 years debt-free, we've been unable to put funds aside to make larger capital purchases. Even with prudent financial planning, the increases in expenses just keep eating up any of the extra income we think we might accumulate. Our only paid position is for our contracted caretaker over the winter, whose focus is on cleaning and maintaining both ice surfaces and the general oversight of the arena for those 6 months. All other management of the facility is provided by volunteers. And so at this time, our ice resurfacer is on the brink of a major breakdown. We've been in touch with Big Hill, the dealer that we purchased the Zamboni from, and they have stated that they are unable to complete repairs on the Zamboni as parts are not available any longer. The machine is over 30 years old and it's seen better days. We've provided a few different options in the package that was sent in. A new Zamboni is approximately $114,000. A used Zamboni runs anywhere from $30,000 to $100,000, or renting a Zamboni, which would end up being approximately $13,000 per season. Big Hill suggested that spending anywhere between $45,000 and $50,000 on a used machine would be reasonable and would provide us with a machine that would last for the foreseeable future. We're open to any option that provides us with a functional ice resurfacer for years to come. And we're concerned that if that we'll face interruptions in our ice season if we don't secure an alternative. Skating ice rentals were our highest category of income in the past year, and without this revenue, we're at risk of not being able to operate. We have looked into and are willing to apply for grants for a portion of the cost of the Zamboni. However, the majority of the grants that would be applicable for this type of item would require matching funds to be able to qualify. There is a Community Initiatives Program Project Stream coming up and is a grant that we could apply for. The intake date is September 15th, and we would know if we were successful by April. A caveat of this grant is that we have to show we have 50% of the funds available to match that. There are a number of other grants that have deadlines that are coming up that we could apply for as well. However, most have that 50% matching requirement. And I think we're probably not alone in the only organization that is facing financial struggles as well. So I think competition is probably tough on those. And so in addition to the need for a functional Zamboni, we are also requesting that the grant we receive from Kneehill County each year be reevaluated based on the increased cost of living. Our power and natural gas costs alone increased by over $16,000 in the past year. This is a huge jump and that we are struggling to stay on top of, and this is with the energy efficiency improvements that were implemented in 2019. I can't imagine what it would be like without those. We've reviewed our rental rates last year and they are slightly lower than similar arenas in the area. However, we feel the need to keep those the same for the upcoming year as we have a smaller ice surface and small dressing rooms, and so cannot justify being at a higher rate than more modern facilities that offer full-size ice surfaces. We receive $20,000 per year from Kneehill County in our grant, and that ends up being approximately 15% of our annual expenses. Our annual grant from the Alberta Egg Society is approximately $25,000 per year, and we're very fortunate to have 3 different organizations, our Egg Society, the Curling Club, and the Lions Club, all contribute a portion of their AGLC casino proceeds to the ongoing operation of the arena. Without all of these sources of funding, we would be unable to continue operating. And so we would just appreciate your consideration of our request for funds for a Zamboni, as well as evaluating the annual grant we receive from Kneehill County. We're dedicated to ensuring our organization and the Ron Gore Memorial Arena can remain a critical hub for community activities and connections for years to come. So that's all I have.
Well, thank you. Are there any questions from council to the presenters? Councilor FOIP-Section.
Do you remember when Rick got all the funding for the Zamboni? What year was that? Because it wasn't 1990, because I had kids at that time. So we didn't buy it new. We bought it secondhand. Yeah. I guess what I'm asking is how long have we had that in use?
At least 15 years.
Okay.
Because I think I was president at that time. Between that 15 and 20 years.
Councilor FOIP-Section.
And I know that Zambonis that are electric, my eye's gonna twitch in a second, are a hot topic these days. Because I noticed that Didsbury replaced their Zamboni with an M450 electric model. And they did qualify for a grant through the Electric Vehicles for Municipalities program from the Municipal Climate Change Action Center, which is a mouthful. Have you guys looked at that as well?
I think I looked into that and the applications were closed for it by the time I got around to it, yeah.
I'm under the assumption the old Zamboni is worth exactly zero
Pretty close.
when it comes to a trade-in value. Yeah. Councilor Christie.
I appreciate the time and commitment of your group. I'm also involved in the Trochu Hall. So part of what I require there as chair of that board is if you have a committee or a group in that hall, you have to put a board member on the hall board. So every once in a while, that's like pulling teeth. The last major renovation we did at the hall, in 3 days, 2 of us went out in the community and canvassed for $64,000 that we granted, or that we matched with a CVIC grant. It takes a little time, a little leverage, but we're in a strong community where I think there's money out there if people are approached and say, this is what we got to do. But it takes some time and drive to get it done. But I appreciate very much what you're doing.
Councilor McGee.
Yeah, I was going to ask that same type of question is, do you have notices out to the people who use your arena? Like, so all the different teams, the fun team, could they participate in some type of fundraising on your behalf as well? I'd love to see that the people who are utilizing that place also has a vested interest in you having a good machine there, and it's okay if they step up a bit. Do you have anything in mind yet for that, or is that still just in the thought process? Or
We haven't, I guess, done that too much. We, a couple years ago, did a raffle to try to draw in some funds and connect with those hockey teams and groups. And unfortunately, it wasn't, I shouldn't say it wasn't successful. We were able to raise some funds, but it wasn't as widely accepted or as successful as I thought it would be at the time. Yeah.
And even when it comes to meetings, it's so hard to get, we try to get our users out, but it's hard.
Can we get you to use your mic, Jeff?
Oh, sorry. Thought I was
Just
push the, oh, I had to push it on?
Yeah,
There we go. Sorry about that. Even when it comes to our annual meetings and such, it's, as everybody knows here, that's volunteers. It's really hard to get people out and volunteering anymore. To try to get them to even to come to a meeting to tell us what we need to do to keep them happy, what they want to see improved is like pulling teeth. Or even an email from them is difficult. But I don't know.
Deputy Reeve King.
So, you mentioned that you charge a slightly lower rate on your ice rent. Can you tell me approximately what the difference would be, your rate as compared to a competing arena? I understand the reason why, I just,
I believe when we looked into it, Trochu was about $110 an hour, and our rental rates for outside groups is $100 an hour.
and on the fun hockey side and that?
We offer the fun team hockey is a little bit lower rate of $80 an hour.
Okay, and I had one other question. Did you have a specific ask in terms of the grant? Did you have a number in your head? Like in your dream world, if Kneehill County was going to be very, very generous and not be a Scrooge, what would that number look like? Just, I guess I'm trying to figure out the difference between, based on what you gave numbers here, and I don't have the numbers coming from your 3 supporting groups, but you had about $107,000 in the 62, 20, and 25 that you mentioned. So how big is your deficit? And kind of, I'm just trying to get a feel for the number that might be reasonable in terms of helping.
So it's always a little tricky with our finances because of the casino money coming in and out and when that comes in and out. I believe in this last year, it is about a $5,000 deficit. It kind of varies. The year before was $9,500.
I think the biggest reason we're having problems we're having is the gas and electricity, just like everybody else. Like just from this year to last year, we're looking, there's about 30% to 32% increase, and that's what's pretty much really hurt us. We got all this extra income, buildings getting used way more than it has been forever, and then we're hit with all these extra expenses, and there's nothing we can do about it, right? That's the problem. We just kind of have to pay them, right? So that 30% increase in our expenses has really been the kicker.
Well, we're doing our part for global warming. I'm sure that carbon tax that
Oh,
you
yeah.
pay is really making a difference.
Well, there's one time when that one bill I paid on that one natural gas bill, it was always like $1,100 carbon tax. It's like, this is crazy for a volunteer organization to have to pay a tax like that for 1 month.
I totally agree. Deputy Reeve King.
So, I'm just trying to get a true picture of where you're at. So then how do you fund your deficits? What ends up happening with those deficits? So if you ended up with a $9,500 deficit or a $5,000 deficit, what do you do to overcome those?
Luckily, we've been able to have just enough money. Like this year, when we finished our season out, like I think our bank account was down to like $1,000. Like, and then we were just lucky. We had some more, the grant, we got the Kneehill County grant and then the Ag SETI grant. That's kind of how it works. We just kind of squeeze by the 1 year and then we keep these grants and then we have enough to get going for the next fall kind of thing, right? And it's without the casino, what we're really worried about now too is the casino money, because now that COVID's been gone, they're telling us 3 years and we went through 2 or 3 casinos now and that money's all gone, right? So we're worried that it's going to be a couple of years before we get another one. So that's, normally we've been able to do, we get $20,000 from each of the 3 casinos, right? And that's been keeping us alive for years, right? But.
So you broke your piggy bank and you emptied your change jar.
Pretty much, yeah. It's a good way to put it.
Thank you.
Councilor Penner.
I know what you're going through, and it's really hard, especially with volunteers and what it does. I like what I heard from Councillor Christie about the organisations that actually use the. You're in a unique situation there compared to some of our other little rural halls. There's only one identity in that community, whereas you have multiple in Torrington to sit on the board. And I don't know if you have to, how to stress to them that you need to have a rep at the meetings. I'm sure you've tried it and you've told them and things like that, but it's come down to that now, that has to happen, to sit on your board. And there's other organisations that do that, but do you use the grant writer? Sorry, Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
have been in touch with her.
Because that's so handy with all the emails and everything you can get from her. Like, I know there's one out right now, so I think it's something to do with so that everybody can play or something.
Yeah.
But like you said, it's hard, a lot of them, because they are matching. That's one of the biggest hurdles, but, okay, thank you.
Counselor Forbes?
Currently, how many people sit on the Ag Society? Because to answer Counselor Penner, Jeff sits on quite a few of those extras that are part of that organization, as not a lot of people will realize, but Jeff does sit on the curling rink and all of the different ones that are within there. So I'm just curious to what your count is currently for your Ag Society members, besides the three of you.
We do have, is it seven on the executive right now, I believe? And then there are a number of people who attend the AGM and who kind of support in the background, who have done their time with the Ag Society, and like our parents are in that kind of group who are still supporting, but they've done their time and want to kind of step away a little bit, so.
And like you say, Carrie, like a lot of these groups that use like it's all the same people running all the same groups, right? That's the part of the Lions Club, the Curling Club, the Ag Society, that's all the same people. So it's part of an issue, right? So.
No, and I do hear you there. I know it's really tough, but I think we need to stress that, like for yourself to stress that I cannot represent all of you at these meetings. I'm at this meeting as your treasurer, I need some of you other people to come forward and support me.
Counselor Christie?
I was advised at an administration training course for 4-H, I'm gonna say 45 years ago, to get used to STP. And I said, what the hell's STP? Same 10 people. They'll be on the same boards that you're on for the rest of your career, and for sure it's the truth.
Counselor Cunningham?
So just a clarification, just because we do broadcast this, so just everybody's aware that this facility is owned by the county, correct? Yeah, okay, yeah. And so I didn't know that you folks managed the facility the rest of the time outside of that 6 months. So not only are you sitting on the boards or whatever, you're also managing the whole facility. So kudos to you guys. And like you just said, it's so hard to get volunteers in this day and age. So yeah, thanks for all you do, for sure.
No. You want me to push it?
Deputy Reeve King?
The Reeve is just reminding me that you never really did give me your dream number.
And it's not because I'm chicken, it was his question. Because I could ask that too.
Yeah, we kind of got a little bit sidetracked from it, but I guess you've sort of given an idea of what your deficits are, but can you give, again, just go back to that, what that number might look like?
Well, you hadn't thought about that.
Yeah, that's kind of, I guess we should have thought of that a little bit more.
So could you tell us maybe around about how much increase you've had on all your utilities then? So if you gave us 16,000 on gas, add the electrical on that and tell us that kind of number that you're dealing with.
So power and gas together were $16,000 more this past year.
That was a $16,000 increase?
From the year before.
Oh.
$70,000 is what we paid in the last fiscal year. And it was $54,000 the year before. I don't know what to say for a
Counselor
number.
Christie?
I'm just curious, looking for information, the power is through the county then, or is it a separate contract? Because
Separate,
it's an own building.
Yeah, and then we have two meters there. One's a 3-phase and one's a regular phase, single phase.
And are you on a fixed rate contract or a floating rate?
It's floating right now, yeah.
Okay.
So, just a question, to do with the Zamboni here now, being it's aged out and what else, has there been huge expenses for the age of that Zamboni? Is that hurting the bottom line?
Actually, no, we've actually been pretty fortunate up until this year. We did have one weekend, this is kind of where, what was that, probably in January or February?
I think
And
so.
we had the Zamboni go down on a Friday night in a tournament. It wasn't good, so one of our volunteers took it up to Paul at the shop there in town, and they worked all night, and they couldn't even get, so they talked after on the next week, they can't get parts for it, so they had to jimmy rig it up to make it work for the rest of the year kind of thing, right? So that's why we're pretty worried about it. It's just the parts aren't available anymore.
No, thanks for that. So bottom line is it is utilities.
That's
It's
right.
the federal government
Yeah,
and the taxes and everything
other
else.
than the Zamboni purchase, right, that's why,
Yeah,
or-
but the day-to-day running of the facility is the utilities.
That's right.
Is the killer. So your wish would be how much? I'll word it in a different way, sorry. You can pick a number, just so we've got something to discuss.
10 plus the double.
You know what they say?
In a
if you
dream
don't
world, probably
ask, we-
double.
Sorry?
Probably, in a dream world, probably double, but, you know, it's kind of, I don't know, because kind of, we're trying to make up that extra expense of the utilities, right, kind of thing. So, Mr. King did say a dream world, so there we go. Gave you a dream number.
Deputy Reed King.
So I'd also say if you don't ask, we can't say yes or no, right?
That's true.
So, I just want to say thank you for what you're doing. I recognize that it takes a lot of time and effort to do what is being done out in Torrington, and lest you think we don't really appreciate that, you need to know that it is appreciated, and people who are active in their community and who want to see things happen are very, very valuable people. So thanks for being here, and thank you for what you're doing. It is appreciated, so thanks.
Councillor McGee?
I wanted to say similar things, so thank you. I'm going to highlight one. I really appreciate the humble way that you have come forward to us. That is really appreciated as well. I also really appreciate the very thorough presentation you have given. I also wanted to remind council that we have talked a lot about how do we become sustainable communities? How do we keep people in our community or bring them back? And these two are examples of people who were born, raised, and either left for short periods of time or came back or have remained. And I think that speaks highly to why we would even look at this, is because this is an example that creates community and keeps our people coming back. And the two of you represent that very well.
Thanks.
Okay, well, I also want to congratulate you on your efforts. I know that it takes a lot to run the organizations. We specifically at the county level appreciate that, because without your involvement, we wouldn't be able to, you wouldn't be able to use the grant funding. I know it takes a lot to convince people that you deserve grant funding, but we appreciate your efforts, and I know it takes a lot to sit on boards, so. We will be dealing with your ask further along in our agenda here under this disposition of delegate business. So I just want to thank you very much for coming in. I'm sorry I butchered your name, Alyssa. Alicia. Okay, so I've done it twice now. But I'm not going to apologize to Jeff, because I think I got that one right. So thanks for coming in. We will keep you in our thoughts when we deal with this further on in the agenda. So thank you for taking your time to come in.
Thank you very much for helping build that community. It's really important, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm going to call a quick recess. I don't know if anybody else needs one, but I will, thanks. our next agenda item, 7.4, RMA meeting with the Minister of Municipal Affairs. Mr. Hogan, you're taking this?
Yeah, Mr. Eve, this is a standard invitation that we get prior to every convention that we're bringing forward to you. So the question before you is, do you have any intent or inclination that you would want to meet with the Minister of Municipal Affairs at the upcoming RMA Fall Convention? When we looked at this, there is a new minister in place. When we look at the things that we met with the previous minister on, some of those have been dealt with or are in progress, specifically around that moratorium around the AUC decisions. So administratively, we're not sure there's anything more on there at this moment, or other things, but as council, you may have topics that you wish to bring forward to the minister as well.
Okay, thank you. Does council have any thoughts on a discussion with Minister McIver? Although he's new, he's done the job before.
He's not. Call him recycled.
Yeah.
Not on camera, I'm not. Councillor Cunningham?
I've done this before. So I haven't had, well, actually, that's a lie. Mr. McIver did come up to me at one of the meetings and shook my hand, so I met him very informally, but I would love the opportunity to sit with him. Kind of to our further conversation, I think it would be helpful to maybe, if he can shed some light, anything on this. You know, we said there's issues, there's progress updates on what they're dealing with, so I wouldn't mind picking his brain about that. Like I said, we have 15 minutes, so. And I think we really saw in the spring the collaborative approach. I think it was Minister Schultz had said she listened to everybody loud and clear that day, so I certainly don't think it hurts to have our voice there at the table. Yeah.
Deputy Reeve King?
So if we are going to accept or request a meeting, usually they want us to come forward with what we would like to talk to the minister about. Other than just a, hi, how are you, and what's happening on renewables, is there something we really specifically would go after?
I think we could probably cover that in 15 minutes pretty easily. I know I could. I don't know if everybody's had time to read the mandate letter to the Minister of Municipal Affairs, but there's definitely some things there in terms of oil and gas that jump out at me. So those are just a couple of my ideas, but certainly open to if anybody else has any ideas.
My suspicion, and I could be corrected, but while that, while that pause regulation is being on, my suspicion is there will not be any sort of updates passed along to any municipalities until that review is complete. But then again, if we do put in a request to the minister, it has to be, what is it that we want to talk about? And they make the decision on whether or not they're willing to share that. Am I correct in that assumption, Mr. Hogan?
Mr. Reeve, yes. Generally what they look for is the specific topic, because they'll use that in the weighting of whether they grant a meeting or not. There are generally more meeting requests than there is time to accommodate them. They put that in their letter, but the meetings are generally used for making a specific ask or something of that nature. But we would need to, in order to provide to the department, we would need something specific as a topic.
So I don't even think LGFF would be a topic that we could discuss with them. Seeing as how that's all hasn't been determined yet either. So you made the comment, Councillor Cunningham, about oil and gas industry. Is there something specific there?
Again, I don't know if anybody else around the table is having the same issue, but I have had some ratepayers come to me that they're still facing either not getting paid or their payments getting cut in half or potentially cut in half. So to me, that's always a topic on the table. In terms of the renewable part, I guess he hasn't heard what we had to say. I mean, maybe he did. Maybe Minister Schultz passed that on to Minister McIver. I don't know. But I think if they are in a think tank session, I don't think it hurts for us to let him know where we're at with it. Even just the process that we were going through a land use bylaw change and we've paused that. I don't think that is information that hurts to share with them. Could be part of their decision-making process, what municipalities are doing in regards to the issue.
Are there any other suggestions from council as to what we could have a discussion with Minister McIver about? Councillor Christie?
We heard this morning about recreational facilities having to pay the carbon tax, which I know is federal, but is that a place to start the lobby to say, hey, we shouldn't have a carbon tax on public, or not public buildings, but for sure recreational facilities?
So you want to meet with the Prime Minister also?
No, I want to have a divorce with him, thank you.
Deputy Reeve King.
So the carbon tax and recreational facilities, wouldn't that be more appropriate with the Minister of Utilities and Affordability than the Minister of Municipal Affairs?
Well, and like I said, it's more federal than provincial.
Well, we do have a minister, though, provincially, who is on affordability and utilities, and so they certainly would be our voice to lobby with the federal government about carbon tax on those type of, so I'm not sure if we talk to Minister McIver specifically related to that. We're probably more specifically should be talking to the minister on utilities and affordability, I think. If that's one of our issues, and I think that's probably a reasonable issue for us to have in representing our ratepayers, but I don't think Minister McIver would be the correct one there, so.
Mr. Hogan, you have a comment?
Yeah, through Mr. Reeve, I would agree with the Deputy Reeve King's comments. In the RFD, where I've provided the, when requesting a meeting, municipal affairs asks that municipalities take the following into consideration. That's cut and paste from their letter. So the bold and underlined portion directly relevant to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and the department will be given priority. That's not my addition. That is how it came from the province itself. So I would suggest that Councillor King's correct, that they're hoping that the Minister of Municipal Affairs is not used as a lobby tool or a connection to other departments. They want things that they can directly deal with.
Deputy Reeve King.
And I didn't say what I said to totally take that off the table. I think that if it was possible to request a meeting with the Minister of Affordability and Utilities to have a conversation in that area, I certainly would support that, so.
Oh, Councillor Forbes.
I would also support that line of reasoning as well. Because I sit on Kneehill Housing, I also see the carbon tax added to their utilities as well, so it makes it difficult for our ratepayers who pay that bill to keep up on it. So I would also like to include that if we were gonna have that conversation about the utilities.
Councillor Cunningham.
So just in regards to oil and gas, one of the mandates that Minister McIver have is teaming with the Minister of Energy and Minerals, who's the lead to ensure the government's new policy on making well site transfers contingent on payment of outstanding property taxes and implemented and enforced. And I think that's really been a topic of conversation among our municipality in the last year. So I'm not aware of their new policy, but I would sure like to learn more what what their plan is.
So is that giving you enough information, Mr. Hogan?
Through you, Mr. Eve, I think we have some, we can take that. The thing that I would maybe propose to council is when we're looking at this, we do have two other venues that we can use. And so part of it may be looking at which venue we want to use for which purpose. So the Minister of Municipal Affairs does have a, they don't really call it a hospitality suite, and it's not exactly what it is, but they have their welcome.
So reception.
Reception, thank you. They have their reception. That one can be hit or miss because you're trying to find time and compete with everybody to get to the minister, so it's not always a great forum. Some of these may, where it maybe suggests is a question regarding oil lease payments, which are not part of the property tax regime, but that whole negotiating bit, that might be a question that better lends itself to the bear pit session, which would allow all the other municipalities to potentially show some support for it or some movement on it. It depends on really where you want to go with that or what you want to do. But there are those other mechanisms too for some of those. The carbon tax question is definitely one that I'd suggest would lend itself well to the bear pit, assuming that minister is there. But that, so there might be other opportunities for those two. And it's really which one you feel is in which format.
So I guess getting back to the invite, is there anything specific that we would have for the Minister of Municipal Affairs? Deputy Reeve King.
Well, I think Councillor Cunningham has made it clear that she'd like to have that conversation just related to the unpaid or reduced payments on gas leases that our ratepayers are seeing. The mandate for us as municipalities was around unpaid taxes. And I think there's an argument to be made that they need to be factoring in fair business practice as far as lease negotiation and lease payments is concerned. And I know that's also part of the review that's ongoing related to the Surface Rights Board or Lands and Property Rights Tribunal and the non-quasi-judicial boards, I guess. But I guess it doesn't hurt to reinforce that, and in 15 minutes there's not very far we'll go with that, but certainly if he was to hear that, and I guess I would support Councillor Cunningham in that request if we wanted to go ahead on that basis.
Alrighty, so you have enough information, Mr. Hogan, to send the letter back to Minister of Municipal Affairs with our concerns and what our topic would be?
I believe that we do.
Okay, so if we send that letter, it will, well, I guess it'll be up to their group to determine whether or not they have time for us to meet with them. As far as the motion goes, we're not going to be that specific with the motion, or should we put that right in the motion?
I think we can add to the motion just to, we accept the invitation to meet with the Minister of Municipal Affairs regarding, and we'd have to figure out the exact wording, but basically unpaid or reduced lease payments to landowners, if that works with council. We do have to make that more robust to the letter to the minister when we request that, but for the motion, I think that would suffice if you're good with it.
Okay.
You might want to put in there unpaid oil and gas lease payments. Yeah, there. Yeah, oh yeah. You got yours? I don't want to know about that. Now I'm jealous.
Okay, does anyone want to make a motion? Counselor Forbes?
I'll make the motion that council accept the invitation to meet the Minister of Municipal Affairs regarding the unpaid and reduced oil and gas lease payments to landowners at the 2023 RMA Fall Convention for information.
Alrighty. We have a motion before us. You have enough direction, I take it, Mr. Hogan, to present the letter?
We do.
Okay, is there any discussion to the motion? Councillor Cunningham?
Do we want to add payment of outstanding property taxes to municipalities, or are we just gonna, can we just sneak that in with him? Because that is part of his mandate letter. Or should we just say unpaid in all respects to oil and gas?
Well, to landowners and municipalities?
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
If I'm not mistaken, I do believe we have lease payments coming to the municipality from oil and gas industry also, but I don't know if that's been reduced or not.
That'd be my question, is what specifically we wanted to address there. Because I would like to give them a heads up on that, but we are in pretty good shape on that front.
Well, on the unpaid taxes, we are.
To us, yes. To the landowners, not so much, but to municipalities. Yeah, we'd have to get an update on where we stand exactly right now, but for the most part, we've been in good shape.
And I guess the question would be, is the moratorium going to continue until 2025?
And all indications to that we have is yes.
All right, well, we do have a motion in front of us. Were we going to add municipalities right after landowners or right before land? Oh, okay. Look at that, just like magic.
Your wish is our command.
Okay, I'm back to that lotto thing. All righty. Any discussion to the motion? Further discussion to the motion? If not, I shall call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. All right, thank you very much. I'm going to skip over the disposition of delegate business because we have something coming up in closed session that needs to be discussed prior to that. Am I correct there, Mr. Hogan? All righty. So our next agenda item will be number 10, council follow-up action list.
How about?
Oh, wait a minute. Council and committee reports. Screwed that one up. 9.1, Dr. RNR. Mr. or Deputy Reeve King.
Or Mr. Whoever.
Okay.
So we just had a Dr. R&R committee meeting here this week and last week, sorry. The clinic is currently advertising 2 physician positions. However, there's very little, if no interest in, so they're not getting applications in. There seems to be, doctors just aren't applying at this point in time anyway. I did attend a resident luncheon with Dr. Calhoun in Red Deer at Red Deer Polytechnic or the hospital with rural resident stream students. So they would be first and second year residents in the rural medicine stream. And we had lots of good questions, and I think Councillor Kirk and myself and Dr. Calhoun felt very positive about it, but whether or not we get any action out of that, who knows, right? The clinic is still struggling to find locum doctors. They are getting some locums willing to come in and give ER support, but not so much necessarily in the clinic. And they still are adjusting to their new electronic record system. And also, just so you are aware, there is a doctor in the clinic who is reducing her practice at this point in time to spend more time on other things. But if you've heard a rumor in the community that all the patients are being left with no doctor, that's not true, so you can push back on that. It's just a minor cutback in the amount of patients that she's taking. So overall, I think that the clinic itself is operating reasonably well. There is some angst over there, and but the Dr. R&R group as a whole gave some pretty positive feedback. So I think that yeah, things are going. There's some things that probably need to be looked at, but certainly not in this open type of forum. So that would be my report.
Are there any questions for Councillor Deputy Reeve King? Yes, go ahead, Councillor Cunningham.
Not a question, but just a comment. I want to thank yourself, Deputy Reeve King, and Councillor Kurt for attending with Dr. Calhoun. Sometimes there's the other side of the table. It's nice to be exposed to and to listen in. So thank you for taking the time to go along with her and attend and visit with the prospects.
Okay, and 9.2, Drumheller Solid Waste.
Okay, that's me. So first of all, the Solid Waste Association would like to apologize to all the municipalities for the mishap that happened not very long ago with not having a backup, or the contractor not having a backup container, the back of the truck. They got two trucks, but only one container. And so some of the sites were not collected. And so I'm not sure in the end what happened within Kneehill County, how many had to be closed early or not. But as an association, we've dealt with that and we've put it back in our contractors' hands that they need to come to us with a plan B, which we thought they had when they said they had a backup truck, but they didn't have a backup container. But usually you have trouble with the truck, not the trailer. So, but right now on the financial projections, we're halfway through the year, so we're on target for everything except for recycling income. Commodity prices are way down. So it's just the game we play with recyclables. It's so up and down. It's so hard to do projections and financials, but it's the only part that we're a little worried about right now is the income from on the recycling side. You may have heard or seen some stuff about the recycling of cardboard. Some of it went into the landfill, and that was the cardboard that was already at the location on the floor, ready to be put through the baler. The baler broke, and like we heard today, some of the older equipment, it's hard to get the parts. It's taking forever to get the parts. We thought we were going to get it quicker. We haven't as yet. And with the new EPR coming in, we are not going to spend $80,000 on a packer that we may not even be the location where all that product is going to come to. So right now, what's happening is the contractor who comes out of Strathmore, picks up all these locations, takes it to Drumheller, we cube it or bale it, and then it gets sent off. Now that contractor is just taking it back to Strathmore, and it gets dumped there, and then it's taken into Calgary. We're still getting paid for it. There's not an expense to us, a larger expense or anything, but that's, if you hear the rumor that we're landfilling all the cardboard, it's not true. We did have to do some of it just to get it out of the facility for fire reasons and a few things. So right now, I think cardboard was at $26 a ton. So it takes a lot of cardboard to make that up, but we are still in the recycling business, so we had to do something. There's been new litter screens put up, which is really helping the blowing off the hill to the farmers' fields. One unfortunate thing, the inbound scale has been having trouble for some time, but somebody hit it the other day and shut it down for good for now. So now it is really getting fixed right now. So an unforeseen expense there, but it was on the plan to be fixed, but it's getting done sooner than later. The strategic plan, we went through and got that done. It's in the final review with the members, and now we're working on all the policies. Like we've seen here, there's lots of policies from a long time ago, so we're getting them right up to date. One big discussion that came out of it was to do with EPR, the Extended Producer Responsibility. The association is recommending that all member municipalities sign up for the EPR. You can be a processor or a collector. We're collectors with our different sites. So, and the reason we're saying this is so that when it comes down, when they finally say, you got to sign up before the end of the fall here, that when you'll at least have a voice. If you've signed up, you can at least have a voice. If you don't sign up, you will have no voice. Because they'll just come in, we don't know what they're going to come in and tell us, but we're presuming they're going to say this is going there, there, and there, and at least if we've signed up, they have to give us the program. So I'm just going to put it back on administration to look into that and get us signed up as Kneehill County as continue as a collector, just so, and we may not be doing it going ahead, but at least have your foot in the door. The other thing that was recommended, we're trying to standardize all our TransStore locations so that all the attendants are up to speed on everything. And it was recommended, and we know we can't mandate it, but it is recommended that all site attendants be given the opportunity to do the online transfer station course on November 7th. There is a cost. It's $250 but it is online, and we're just trying to standardize everybody's knowledge so that we don't have the unbagged loads and the stuff that shouldn't be in there coming in. So I would just point that towards administration, if you could look into that and do what we can do. So, any other questions? Or any questions, I should say?
Well, thank you for that intense report. Appreciate that. Would somebody like to make a motion to accept the information as presented? Councillor Forbes?
So moved.
All righty, we have a motion to accept for information as presented. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Now we go to council follow-up action list. I have a question for you, Mr. Zier. How much a ton is asphalt?
Through the chair, are you speaking of our recent paving project? Yes. Yep. Off the top of my head, I don't know the exact, but I want to say it's around the $75 to $80 a ton.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Deputy Reeve King.
At the risk of being a broken record, which most people don't know what that would be anymore, but I'm going to ask the question around Huxley sewer and lighting. So just if I could have an idea of when that is going to move forward or what's happening there.
You bet, thanks. So through the chair, we have awarded the contracts both for the Huxley wastewater assessment as well as the wind-borne fluoride study that we're doing in the fall here. We actually have a kickoff meeting with the consultant for the Huxley on Thursday here. So we're going to hammer down some details, making sure everyone's aware of what the project scope is. At that point, we're going to suggest a few dates for this open house, which I've mentioned in the past. We hope to happen in mid-September. At that time, we'll confirm with Deputy Reeve there to make sure that you're able to attend the dates that we're suggesting there. And after that point, we'll send out the invitations and do the communications with that with the residents.
Thank you. Councillor Cunningham.
So it wasn't on the list either, and I sound like Deputy Reeve King, not like a broken record, broken podcast, whatever the cool thing is. But anyhow, thank you for the 2023 capital equipment plan. The folks that were asking, it's been shared with, so I just want to appreciate you folks getting that to me. Thank you.
Councillor Penner.
I know this is in progress, but, Mr. Hogan, to do with the airport, have you had some more meetings with the other identities in that group?
We've not had any meetings specifically with that group, although we did exchange some emails just last week, it was, around confirming that the college and everybody else had formally approved that. So we'd let the parties know that we had, the town has. We believe that the college had, and we were just waiting for that information. So that started up. I expect that to be kicking off again quickly here.
Okay, is there anything else in the council follow-up action list? Deputy Reeve King.
If there's nothing else, then I would make the motion that we receive for information the council follow-up action list as presented.
Alrighty, we have a motion to accept for information as presented. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We still have one open session item to deal with, but we will not be dealing with that until we'll come back to deal with that. So our next item will be to go into closed session. Would someone like to make the motion? Councillor Christie.
So moved.
All righty, we have a motion to go in closed session. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, so we are back in session. I had forgot to mention prior to us going into closed session that we are going into closed session for FOIP-Section 16 and FOIP-Section 21, that third-party business and intergovernmental relations. Okay, so we are back in open session. We'll go back to our council agenda, and that would be 8.1, Torrington Agricultural Society Delegation. And I do believe
I'll make the motion.
we have a motion. Councillor Penner.
I'll make the motion that council increase the annual grant to the Torrington Ag Society to $30,000 effective for 2023.
All righty. Any discussion to that motion? Okay, I don't see any. I shall call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. And I think that brings us to the end of our...
No, we have one more.
We have one more? Okay, sorry about that. Oh, there we go, yeah. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Forbes.
I make the motion that council provide a one-time grant to the Torrington Agricultural Society in the amount of $12,500 for the purpose of renting a Zamboni to be funded from the strategic initiatives.
All righty. Excuse me. So we have a motion to provide $12,500 for rent of the Zamboni for the 5 months or 6 months, is it? 5 months. All righty. Is there any discussion to that motion? Councillor, or Deputy Reeve King, sorry.
I think just from a clarity point of view and to acknowledge the fact that the Ag Society had come in here and they made a very good presentation and a reasoned argument for why we should consider doing the two things we're doing. One is to increase their grant, and secondly, to help them through a difficult time period with the rental of the Zamboni. I think this is an acknowledgement of the fact that Kneehill County wants to be helpful in that situation. And so I just want to make sure that that's out there as well. It's an acknowledgement of the fact that they did come and they did present a reasoned argument for why we would consider doing this. And so I want to acknowledge that, and I really thank both Jeff and Alicia for coming in. Alisa.
All righty. So that, we did vote on that, correct? No. Okay, we haven't voted on that. Okay, so I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously also. Okay, so I do believe that brings us to the end of our agenda for today. Unless there's something else, which, no, I don't believe there is. So, okay, I will adjourn 2:38 p.m. Thank you.